Mic check. Think we're good. Cam check. What's up, y'all? Late night chilling for the most part. Just don't expect any gameplay or anything. Literally it's just chilling to the music, updating planners, doing some guy writing behind the scenes that I can't show you obviously because that kind of sort of thing. But you'll be able to see all the planners and stuff. So just kind of just casual discussion and stuff for I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 hours roughly tonight. Yo, what up? Yeah, exit out some stuff here. Let's see. TK Cheese with the sub. Appreciate you, sir. How you doing? I think this is the right one, is it? Yeah. Looks like it's the right one. Yep, there we go. But what up, y'all? What we got? A crossfire discussion with maybe. You just discuss it with Die. What happened? There's some real art, some random Vero related comments in there. I'm not sure if I'm in this personal Discord. I'm probably not. Die is the only one that has found a secret tech. Ooh, what is it? What is it? What secret tech? What secret tech is this? I don't know what I found, so I don't even know. Orphan Maker Random Veros. But see, I'm not gonna make that as like the main version because it's still technically untested, quote unquote. So I don't want to put something that literally like I wasn't able to literally test. On paper, it should be banging, but um, you know, anything orphan maker related that hasn't been tested or really could not really be tested, I gotta be careful of. Mrs. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to embrace the suck and try my hand at rapid fire orphan maker. I think it's kind of like hard to say. You said I need to rant a couple of rants a day. Thanks for rants in advance. Nah, it's I don't know. So like, uh, there's something that has been kind of bugging me a bit. Ava saw it earlier. I saw it but didn't say anything about it. I kind of ignored it. But let me see if I can find it again. Should be under Rogue. No, okay, so it's not here. I wonder if it's. Where did I see it at? Crash notes are so long, it's kind of hard for me to find. Wonder if it's BMJ, was the Orphan Maker Rain of Arrows the thing you was talking about in Maybe's Discord? F10 is your control of the F is your friend. No, it's not. Eyes, you're tricking me. All right, well, all right, I guess I can do that. Let me find. Now I gotta scroll all the way back down. I guess I could have scrolled up actually. There it is. Fixed an issue where rapid aspect would not function with Orphan Maker. That is a very interesting fix because Orphan Maker only really works with sheet attack speed that's in cap 1. Rapid is in cap 2. So Rapid's not supposed to work. Nor is accelerating or alchemical advantage and all that other stuff. So did it work and we didn't know about it? Because the reason why I asked that is because it makes a big difference for like rapid fire and let's say barrage using Orphan Maker, because it'll feel considerably better if it actually did work towards the reload thing and making that feel a bit smoother. Because I totally would drop 2 aspects for rapid and accelerating. What are the chances that we get an S tier pin shot build this season? None. Twisting Blades may be the strongest build road build next season? No. So this is so yeah, so this right here, I need
Mama
like a
Nick raided my stream with 20 views.
clarification on.
We just got raided, son. You know how we do. What drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is happening? How's it going? Appreciate you. But yeah, does anyone see? But does it like? Is anyone seeing what I'm seeing here though? Like, rapid aspect isn't supposed to work. Isn't supposed to count towards Orphan Maker. So why is it? Why is it fixed? Why is it quote unquote fixed? Like, I need to know that. Like, this is something I need to know. Like, I'll say I need to know. We need to know as a community. We need to know. Does Cap 2 actually work with, apply to the reload now? It'd be nice to know. Docs, I have a first world problem. Shoot. The discussion I was having with Mippy is that Starlight Sky should not be run with the Rain of Rails build. It reduces the recess of Rain of Rails from preparation. I guess it just depends on how you're doing it, though, right? If you're doing it with the Shard of Varathiel, technically speaking, as long as you're able to use Cax, you should be fine. because Cax will spend all that resource for you. So you should still be able to do a 3-to-1 if you do Shard of Arathiel and then do all chaos multipliers on the armor. But if you just do 1-to-1, like, I don't know, 1-to-1 Beast Fall Boots with prep or victimize or whatever like that, then you definitely absolutely want to do Starless Skies. Like that works with Starless Skies. I know because I've done it every season. Now in terms of the Shard of Arathiel version, 3-to-1, I can go back in game. I haven't done that in like a bit, to be honest. But each time I did play it, I didn't play it with Starless. Yeah, I didn't play it with Starless, but you had to run with Resource Elixir. And I had a hella ranks and innovation and stuff just to make sure that like I didn't like, because if your Dark Seeker doesn't hit something, or only hits one thing, or only hits one time, then the 3-to-1 is screwed. I think that's kind of why I didn't even bother messing with 3-to-1 this current season and just kept it at Victimize, because like because with Victimize you can run Cax, and Cax is like 100% damage bonus. So 1-to-1, you think about it that way, and it's easier to keep track of. I was like, screw it, let me just do Victimize or whatever else, and it worked out well. But I'm very curious about this. Yep, can't decide between Ball Lightning, Crack, or Hydra. They're all really good. All can perma TP and all do good damage. Which one looks cooler? I mean, I like. I mean, Ball Lightning looks really cool. Trigger Cax is not easy. You should be able to do an Ahu Cax with if you're running Cold Clip, you should be able to trigger it in like packs pretty easy. Should, which also makes it weird because sometimes you might trigger. So one of the things I ran into with trying to do Ahu Cax or Quacks, or I don't know how people like actually say it. Bad for the boss. Yeah, but I mean, I guess the way that I'm looking at it is I'm looking at it in a scenario that most people would actually play. Like only 0.01% of players are gonna actually have. The build's actually pretty good on bosses in general, but only like less than 1% of players are going to reach a pit tier where that actually might become a problem. Because then, I mean, at that point, the boss is more than half the riff, right? Or half the run. So up until that point, Cax is great. Because if you're just farming, boss doesn't last long enough. It dies in like one stagger. So if you're just talking about pit pushing variant, like just pit pushing variant, then I guess honestly it just depends on like how long the boss fight is. Because I mean, what else are your other options? That like, what else are your other options that's going to give you, let's say, one more tier pit? You see what I'm saying? You're right. Cax is bad for the boss and long boss fights, but then you also got to think, what else can you run that's going to give you what 24 to 26% more damage to reach the next pit tier level? And then you have to wonder to yourself, is that worth? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe getting to the bosses faster is worth having or keeping Cax. Maybe running something like, I don't know, Xan or Vex. Vex should already be in there. Yeah, I mean the options are very like, you know what I mean? Like we don't really have many options. You got 42 success with Starless and 71 with Savage. So the thing about it is that if you do it with if you do it with um the thing is as long as you're getting a 3-1 each time, you're Gucci. If you're not getting 3-1, you're losing. Like each time you have to fire an additional basic attack, you're losing damage, right? On your rotation. So 4-1 is not ideal. 5-1 you definitely don't want. 6-1 is only a thing if you're not running crown. If you're not running crown, then it's an automatic 6-1, and that's not good. It was feasible back when trick attacks and Calvin Nameless, well, really trick attacks, you know, scaled up upon itself and double dipped and all that stuff before the caps came in. Let me actually boot up some D4. I have my Rain of Rose character, although I have it for I have it built for Victimize, but I'm pretty sure I have like a shard and some stuff in my inventory I can just kind of throw on. But yeah, you're right. Probably can't really do Starless. Cax can be probably a little inefficient for that. I'll double check. World on the Street is best Infernal Hordes build is the King Season 10. I mean, Infernal Hordes is pretty much a cakewalk with pretty much any build. You just want to play a build that can clear, you know, in a wide range. Like Rain of Rose clears wide, Depth Trap clears wide. Heartseeker actually clears pretty decently wide too as well. And if yeah. Thanks to Pangorgers. Matias, what's up, man? You doing anything with the basics? Have 3-second CD perk? Didn't see in the notes. No gameplay. You've been lied to. You can blame Doc Holliday for that. No, it's all good. We're all good. I think I was gonna jump in and like make sure something worked the way it's supposed to anyway. So, if someone say Heartseeker, as always, man, I do Heartseeker. That's what we do. Look at my non-transmog character for the season. You could tell how much I really cared about this season with, you know, based on this transmog. We run Cax, but I use Dan for most consistent triggers. I think also part of the reason why I did like Cax was because it allowed you to run Starless guys 3-1. But that's not really the case on the boss or long boss fights, right? So, you know, we're talking about, you know, having the fish pits, and then you have a different problem there. Question is, if you are since you are pushing pits, right? What interests you about Rain of Arrows? Do you feel Rain of Arrows is going to be the top build then? Because most people don't play, most people don't push pits that, you know, with builds that aren't the, you know, top because, you know, kind of a waste of time. We're back. D4 crashed and also crashed my OBS at the same time. But it looks like we're back. All right, let's try this again. Oh, I couldn't change settings without the game crashing. It would have been top after PTR. Yeah, it was top in PTR. DT should be slightly better now after the renovated buff. I think we're actually kind of like Renoverse too squishy, no defense. I mean, you really shouldn't be getting hit with rain. Like, you shouldn't really be playing that close anyway. Granted, I guess if you go Orphan Maker with Puncture, then I guess you are kind of, mid range. But anytime that I ever play Rain, I'm incredibly squishy, and I felt that was fine. Boss fight. Hold on, let me fix the thing. I think we're good. All right, we're smooth now. Okay. All right, so let's see what I got. We're gonna just throw on some random whatevers. Okay, do I have a random shard somewhere? I know I do, because I played Hard Secret this season. Here we go. All right, and I guess we can leave Beast Fall Boost, just because. Got a key overshed. Do we know how Cold Clip and Unpredictable Alchemy interact? They don't. Cold Clip overrides Unpredictable Alchemy. So, like, at least that's what happened at PTR. I don't know if that's a bug or if that's intended, but I'm going off of what happened in PTR until I see different. I guess let's just go balance. So go for engine. All right. Too easy to get one tap in a 3-4 minute boss fight. I don't know. I actually kind of find that I almost find that exhilarating, because like that's the only thing that can really kill me. Then at that point, I find pits really boring at the higher levels. So the fact that I can die to one hit kind of keeps me alert. I know I'm like an anomaly. I get it. No one who seriously wants to not ruin their run, with one mistake would not do that. But personally, if I was going for it, I would do it. I did it in Diablo 3. Literally out, one shot territory. Every GR push against the boss. But yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, so I don't really care about the damage portion of it. My heart's racing for Siri. Yeah, that's what makes it fun. Like, or again, I know I'm weird, but that's what makes it fun. Because like the rift itself is quite. I mean, I would find the boss fights a little bit more interesting if they didn't last for like 7 minutes or whatever at the higher levels. But like the rest of the pit run is like literally watching paint dry. Okay, what do I have? I don't think any of this changes or affects anything, does it? Nah. Okay, so nothing that changes that. So what are my elixirs? I know we need to do a resource from this elixir. I'm gonna just throw in some precision just cause. And I need what? Kyle the Nameless? Not Kyle. Crown of Lucian. You know, he's a tough. So you remember those days, okay? Do I still play D3 in your off time? Not right now, no, because the season started at a pretty bad time. Had to start like 3 weeks ago. I would have played. But the timing is really bad this time around. How many ranks do I actually have? I don't really run Grass or Shadow on the planner for season 10. Should I even keep that? Is that gonna make a big difference? Like a couple of seconds, like a second or two difference. Do I even have Cax actually? Let's do it without Cax, because I know I do have Cax, but it's Zan Cax. Not what I wanted there. All right. Yeah. Let me have to get rid of some of this stuff. Grass is a waste in season 10. I would disagree with that. Although I know that I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I agree for the 0.01% of content that people might play. I think for the 99.9% of players and content, I think Grass for Shadow is actually fine. Because I'll put it this way: if someone plays Rain of Arrows next season, right, chances are they're not going to want to do a 3-to-1 for their regular playtime. They will probably just want to do 1-to-1 Victimize, because it will just smack everything in T4, because you don't really need to be that strong in T4. Same thing for glyph leveling. And in that case, in that scenario, Grass of Shadows works just fine, because Grass of Shadows actually gets the buff, or the shadow clone from Grasp when running Victimize. You do get the damage bonus to that clone. You don't get it for Precision, which makes it useless on a Precision setup, but on a Victimize setup, I mean, getting an extra rain on somewhere else random while you're farming, especially in front of hordes, actually does have some value. But again, this is outside of the pit pushing down. Sorry, I gotta think about the big picture as well. The ranks alone must be a lot of damage too. I mean, it wouldn't be better than what you can have as chaos uniques in those slots. It's not bad. Like, even if you did it for Precision, it wouldn't be terrible. But there's just better. There's better. Like, there's just better options. Okay, so what was I gonna do here? Was gonna be Ahu Cax? Okay. I do have Ahu. What was it? I'm getting like distracted. Alright, and we'll throw in Ahu Cax pretty soon. I need to see that hard secret planner. I'll be there. Ranks equate to only 15% damage. You do have to execute though from the Grass of Shadows. And for like speed content or whatever like that, I mean, it's not the best option by any means. There are definitely better options, but it's not horrific. Yeah. So just like I thought, it's a 5-to-1 with I keep hitting the wrong button. I've been playing too much Borderlands in the recent. Yeah. 5-to-1 if I'm running Resource Elixir with Ring of Starless Skies. Let me remove the Resource Elixir. I don't know why I did that. Let's do Advantage. I think it's 4-to-1. Yeah, so it's 4. So with Ring of Starless Skies, it's 4-to-1 if I don't use Resourcefulness Elixir. And if I did Cax, technically speaking, that should bring it down to 3-1. But if I don't do Starlit Skies, I will naturally have a 3-1. But I would need to use Resource Elixir, and I can't miss. Because if I miss one Heartseeker, then I have to wait. However, if you're squeezing out the most damage you possibly can, you definitely want to do a 3-1, of course. Yeah, so 4-1 with that. All right, so now let's throw in. Oh crap! I need Cold Clip somewhere. Okay, I gotta go back out. Yeah, you said ranks from grass on your random railroad planet is 35% damage. Yeah, but even that though, like most of your chaos armor stuff will give you like 60+ damage, right? It'll be kind of hard to justify over something else, unless you just found it and you just don't have anything else better, and you're just like, all right, unless you found it, you don't have anything else better on like a precision setup, and then you masterwork it all the way to 12, and you on your first try triple crit on the marksman, then it's like, okay, I'll use this as a placeholder for now. It's like, yeah, okay, yeah. At that point, yeah, sure. Let's do it. Doc, I have a question for you since you let's run Cold Clip here. If you run Orphan Maker, yeah, he's not I don't think he's thinking about the Orphan Maker thing. So the thing about Orphan Maker too, as well, Doc, and I think this is going to be the hard and challenging part. So technically, on paper, it is more damage. We just got to keep in mind that we have to keep up the damage versus distance multipliers from Deadeye as well as the Ward of Hakan amulet. So like the positioning of where Puncture is. So Puncture hits slightly outside of that close range. So if you can keep the mobs on the edge of Puncture, then you should be able to keep the damage bonus from both the distance or whatever like that. So it's going to be a challenge, more so probably on like, mobs that are unstoppable, because then you can't knock them down from random arrows to kind of keep them there to spam your stuff. And of course, obviously the boss. That would be some of an issue, but I would say, let's just say if a player is not able to stay within the edge of that range of Puncture, then I would suggest to that particular player to not run an Orphan Maker version. Only just because you will end up with less damage if you cannot keep up those two multipliers. So it's going to be tricky. And I think it'd be kind of neat because I like stuff like that. I like the whole intricate, something that requires a player to skillfully weave and stuff. So I'm super excited to try that personally. All right, so I got Cold Clip here, right? Yeah, I do. All right, so Ahu Cax. Ass popped up. I actually didn't even ask the question. I forgot to ask the question. 30 seconds left. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even ask the question. Let's get why's my phone keep going off? Turn that off. You're back. Okay. I guess so. What I was saying is, the thing to think about with Orphan Maker and Reign of Arrows is you gotta keep your distance, because puncture hits slightly outside of the close range threshold. So it's easy to kind of collapse and not get your damage bonus from distance from the Word of Hakan as well as your Deadeye passives, which I find that fun. Like, you'll be fine initially until the mobs become unstoppable, and then at that point it's like, you know, but by then this should be almost dead anyway, so it's probably not as big of a deal. But being able to start at the proper distance with puncture will be tough for many. So I would say, depending on the player, I would say if you think you're gonna have a hard time keeping up the damage versus distance bonus from Word of Hakan and also Deadeye, then I wouldn't run Orphan Maker with Reign, because those two multipliers will be bigger than what Orphan Maker gives you in pure ranks. Now, if you can't keep the damage versus distance bonus, then yeah, for sure. Or, you know, but there's why I won't worry about puncture hitting. Let me get the multiple training dummies. I guess if puncture doesn't hit, how do you proc Cax? If you're using Cax, hypothetically. So here with Cax, I can do 3-1. But there is a time frame with the hiccup that I don't have enough resource regen right now, because I didn't build for it obviously on this character. That if I don't gain resource back after Cax, I'm like screwed. Ult? You don't really cast your ult enough relative to puncture. So you see what I'm saying here? So with Ahu Cax, I can do 3-1. And also keep Starless Skies. And the Starless Skies, it's so weird because it's really funky. Because with the Starless Skies, having that extra attack speed makes this feel so much better. That's actually really why I like the Starless Skies, because that attack speed makes this feel so much fluid, or considerably more fluid. I can get the 50% damage anywhere almost. But the problem is, because you don't have any control over how Cax procs or when it procs, it can leave you with some dead time where you might be on your second basic attack and then you can't cast another basic attack because you have no energy. So you're sitting there trying to do your 3-1 muscle memory, and then you're like, holy crap, I can't cast again. Right? But it's good when it wants to play properly, right? I wouldn't suggest this, obviously. Like, this is something I would not suggest people do. I just wanted to make mention that or just kind of showcase that it is a thing. And if someone could find a way around it, it'd be nice to have that bump for sure. Aven, what's going on? I was trying to see if I were to switch runes, would it matter? Not really. Let me make sure I don't have anything like messing up anything. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm already capped, so that doesn't matter. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to take off the ring. And we now have to go with resourcefulness. And I guess let's remove packs. Oh, let's just put cry in there just to get rid of it. So, though the secret tech to work from Orphan is a guaranteed second wave. Well, yeah, I really wouldn't call that the secret tech though, but yeah, it's to fill out what Skyhunter can't give you, right? So like with the Orphan Maker, you pretty much get both waves, as opposed to the Skyhunter giving you like, you know, 60% of the time, roughly, I think it is. If you were to try to masterwork it and get a GA on there. 66%. Okay, there you go. I haven't seen any of your S10 Season 10 build guys yet, but are you using combination combo points and rapid fire? Yeah, you have to. Yeah. If you're doing combo points anything, combination dagger is a must. So here's the question though, Doc Holiday. Here's the thing to think about, because like when you get rid, I guess you could put attack speed on the ring to make up for the fact that you don't have attack speed here on the Starless guys, but you definitely lose like a break point or two on your rotation. So here's the thing you could think to yourself. It's 4-1 with Starless guys, close to 3-1 without Starless guys, in terms of like, now I might need to just put it in like a video editor and like actually look at it like frame by frame. But let's say you had a perfect Starless guys, triple crit on the attack speed with the GA. Is the 4-1 as close? Is the 4-1 very close to 3-1? So if you was to go about like 2 or 3 break points with your rotation, the reason why I'm asking is like, that's a pretty big slot. If the 50% is, I mean, well, I won't say you can't match that, but that and go back to that. Comfortable build Starless. So I guess, yeah. So if you don't go Starless, and what aspect would you put there in its place? So I think any aspect would be like 15 to 20% less damage. Well, less 15 to 20% less of a multiplier. I'll put it that way. I don't want to say less damage because you have the rotation aspect of things. So if a 4-1 could come within 20% of 3-1, then wouldn't Starless be fine? Like, let's say if a 3-to-1 is like 20% faster of a rotation versus 4-to-1. Because I mean, isn't really a 4-to-1 like a 25% damage loss versus 3-to-1? Roughly 25% damage loss. .41 range, 72, 76 without. How am I doing? How's the cooking going? Actually, just doing some tests right now. But yeah. So I do that. See, my star list isn't really good enough for like a true comparison. So let me ask you a question, Doc. Since you said you hold down Heartseeker and Rain of Arrows at the same time, right? Is that what you're doing? So therefore you make sure you cast the moment that Rain of Arrows is off cooldown. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. So if you do that, you know that you're not proccing precision every time, right? Because there will be some times where you actually just get 2, and then you can cast. So that Rain of Arrows doesn't get the precision bonus, unless the bug is still there. If the bug is still there, then and if you're close enough, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you do 2, and so if you accidentally do 2, because keep in mind, it depends on where your cooldown is at. See right there, 2. I cast twice, and I was off a cooldown, and I can cast Rain of Arrows again. Oh no, I'm not talking about cax. I'm talking about precision. So if you're holding down Rain of Arrows with Heartseeker, there are times where you don't act. See right there. See right there. I did just right there. That last Rain of Arrows did not proc precision because 2 Heartseekers due to Crown, like, gave me enough energy to be able to get this off of cooldown and cast again. So if you were doing 3-to-1 each time versus 4-to-1, it's probably a little bit closer. But I think sometimes if you are doing holding it down, you're getting 2-to-1 sometimes. And if you get 2-to-1, you don't get the precision bonus. And if you're not getting a precision bonus, it kind of doesn't really matter as much, especially if you're running Sky Hunter as well. So like I don't know if I would even count those rains. So I'm definitely not doubting. I'm not doubting your data at all whatsoever. I believe you're correct with the 41s versus 72 to 76, but the 72 76 is how many of those got the precision proc is my question. With Starless Skies, you got it every time because you at least have to cast 4, maybe 3, but usually 4 in order for rain to actually hit. You tested and reducing it, look at the prop. But you are watching me doing it, right? It's like I'm showcasing it here. Where there'll be some times that I'll be able to get it off a cooldown. Faster than I should. Or I'll have like a second rain of arrows that cast too as well. So if you notice, check out the screen. Right there. I cast multiple rain of arrows in a row. I have cax in? No, I don't have cax. I made sure to take off cax. So right there, that was a 2-to-1. So sometimes you do get 2-to-1, and sometimes you might get a double wave. I'll flip my disc if I run Rain of Arrows another season. I don't think you have to, but Rizzo, I think this is just having an interesting conversation with someone else who's theory crafted some Rain of Arrows too as well. So I'm entertaining it because I love this kind of stuff. So I guess my question is, if you were to do a true 3-to-1, making sure that shenanigan doesn't happen. And if I'm using my percussion training in terms of like beats per minute or rhythm per minute. So I'll put it this way. Here we go. So I'll do this. I'm missing the time. So that's my true 3-to-1. I throw in Starless, and I also give me elixir, attack speed elixir, so I can get to like 3 more breakpoints. It's a little slower. Like you can literally see that it's a little slower. Three. There's a rhythm to it. Keep clicking the wrong tab. I don't know. That's to me that feels about 20-25% difference. Granted, for proof video editing, frame by frame to get like the exact percentage. Because when you take into the account the elixir of advantage, it's like I don't know. I mean, I guess you can just go either route. I don't think it really makes it like a, because the slightly slower rotation will be made up for by the bigger multiplier on Starless. The bigger thing is that you're squishier. That's the thing. You can't roll health on it. So if anything, that probably is the bigger deal breaker in the higher pit. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up just because I know that I've ran into that issue. I won't say issue, but I ran into that before in the past, and was kind of able to circumvent it with the fact that at one point we were able to gain 2 precision stacks if we were close enough with Heartseeker, which was a bug that they end up fixing. So I can't really do that anymore. We used to kind of cheat like that with rapid fire, where we'll do like 2 to 1 rapid fire in the sense back in the day, but they removed that cheat or the bug. Yeah, they removed it. Sag. Then again, you really shouldn't be that close anyway, so I guess maybe it wouldn't matter. Anyhow, this is fun. For those who might not be into the technical stuff, I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time. But I don't get to do this often, so with people. Do I think the 150% will be enough buff for core skills? I think it's a really good starting point. How wide is your monitor? 34-inch. So I got like I got what you would call a regular ultra wide. I don't have the 49-inch or the good stuff, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, you should stop by more often, man. We can have more of these talks. I don't get to. Not often do I get to get pushed like this and be like, well, like Matthias would drop by, Blaine would drop by for like the Heartseeker stuff, and be like, Docs, what you're doing? That's all wrong. It's all wrong, bro. And then Peacher would, give me the side eye if I'm doing any flurry things. I don't know if Peach is here though. But yeah, I think the thing is that like I think it's closer than we think. But I would agree with you, it's probably best to just do a regular ring. Primarily for the sake, I would say almost like for the sake of maximum life. Because you don't want to get one shot and you can't roll life anywhere else. So if anything, that would be the deal breaker. So it might be one of those things where I just let Starless be in the regular guide, just for the comfort pick, and people not accidentally casting too fast, or missing a Heartseeker or something like that without Starless or something. And then for the pit pushing variant, I'll just drops the ring for Starless for a regular ring. What aspect am I putting on the bow for Rainer-Vero Heartseeker combo? That's actually a good question. So I have. I think I can get off of this now. You guys can. Currently I have it at. It's not 100% set in stone, but I have it at whatchamacallit. I think I call it, it's a apologetic, or I call it apologetic, because I can never say it right. Hold on, why is it not pulling up? There we go. Okay, I think I was working on Barrage at the time. Let's go back to Rain. All right, so yeah, I have a Apogeic burn. I don't like it. I really don't like it. And I'm actually open to suggestions if you think there's something that would be a little bit better, but it's hard to ignore. That's not ideal. Well, that's honestly that's what made me think about the Orphan Maker. To be honest with you, like when I was thinking about it on like right after PTR when I was theory crafting, and I had this little Orphan Maker thing here, idea, because I did not want to do that. I did not want to run that. Like I really hate the aspect, to be honest with you. Because it's so like the damage is so inconsistent, man. Well, I don't like Fist of Fate either, but that's just a unnecessary evil. So you think I should just replace one of the Arrow Storms with Apogeic instead? 60% 65% flat is better than ramping 100%. I don't disagree with you, and I am happy to trade it off. I am more than happy to trade that off. Done. Say no more. Gave me a reason to do it. Yep. Okay. Guess we'll just call it Arrow Storms here. So what will be your fifth aspect though? Oh no, never mind, because you're running Orphan Maker. Never mind. Never mind. Behemoth not worth Amulet either, right? Yeah, I probably should put Behemoth on like a regular thing and then put the other Vengeful on the Amulet. You rights, you rights. But God, is there any possibility of running anything other than a Apogeic period? Like Cold Clip is 40, even though it's conditional. If it wasn't conditional, I would take the slight hit, and just do that over Apogeic. But I mean, how much trigger invulnerable? I have it on a ring. I have it on a ring. I used to have it, I used to pop concealment with in the current season to trigger my vulnerable, but I don't really have it. Well, I can't do it this season for obvious reasons without completely gifting my character. No Fist of Face slot. I think I do have Fist of Face somewhere. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I do have Fist of Fate here. Wait, is that a placeholder? That's not a placeholder. No. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, no, we Gucci. Oh man. Is preparation simply better to reduce ultimate cooldown? And with Behemoth, than using combo points to any combo build. Can you give me an example, Aiden Ash? So, I mean, you really can't use combo points well, not really. I mean, you can't use combo points for like random arrows like that, but like core skills like rapid fire, barrage, and stuff like that, you definitely can do combo points, and you probably want to if you want to take advantage of the Orphan Maker. I do think that that rapid fire Orphan Makers, I don't want to say a sleeper. I think it's going to be better than what people really think it is. I think people aren't going to want to play it as a push build, but I think it's stronger than people might be giving it credit for. Because keep in mind, Shadow Clone didn't work in the PTR, and that's a pretty massive buff for any Orphan Maker setup. Then you got a pretty massive buff to core skills, and if keyword if Cap 2 works for Orphan Maker, I mean, I don't see why Rapid Fire wouldn't hit, you know, a ceiling of 120. Considering that you could do like a 101, 102-ish on PTR, and we're definitely getting about 18 tiers of worth of a buff. It's just gonna feel awful to play, but it'd be hard to deny the like the impact it's gonna have when it actually lands, or when the Shadow Clone actually hits where it's supposed to. Great point. What's going on? Like for rapid fire, is it? Yeah, regular rapid fire did 101. And then OP Overpower Rapid Fire did a 102, but a bit faster. But you can't really run OP Rapid. I mean, I guess you could run OP Rapid Fire without clone, but you'll be like in the mid one. You'll be like in the low 110s, maybe like 111, 112. But it feels even worse than Orphan Maker. If rapid fire is a better use combo point, oh yeah, absolutely. You know, you never want to use anything but combo points with rapid fire, to be honest. You're running blended shadow and beam instead of mixed for guaranteed vulnerable. You should really, I mean, so you proc vulnerable pretty easily without the need for that, because you got all these ranks into code imbuement. So even if, like, let's say your basic doesn't proc the vulnerable, so like the first 3 hits or whatever doesn't do it, or 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits, whatever doesn't do it, like you cast your rain of arrows, it's moving slowly, you have another 3 hits before the first rain of arrows actually lands on the target. So that gives you about 6 tries from your basic to actually proc some vulnerable. And with Fist of Fate, that should happen. Now, I did put it on a ring. Oh right, wrong planner. Sorry, I did put it on a ring. I'm probably gonna get rid of that. I forgot I had it on Fist of Fate. It's been a while. You're not running Fist of Fate? What are your chaos uniques? Because it's kind of hard pressed to want to give up the 12%. Do you want to give up the 12%? With Fist of Fate, you have 80%, then the 12%. Now, unless there's another chaos unique that's better. Shroud instead for deeps and defense. So are you running Poison Trap here then? Instead of Dark Shroud? assuming Poison Trap, right? Can't think of anything else you would play here instead. Oh no, not Dark Shroud. So Shroud, like the Shroud. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. I thought Shroud was Dark Shroud. Like you're running pants with Dark Shroud or something like that. I was like, oh, okay, I got it. Got it. Yeah, it took me like 15 seconds to figure that out. Don't mind me. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So with this, I'm using Fist of Fate. That's how I prep my vulnerable. But yeah, what you're doing works too. What's going to be good for season 10 for rogues, for bosses, and farming T4? I honestly, almost anything. I don't want to. If T4 is your main thing, like rogues kind of got across the board buffs. Rogues never really struggling in T4 in general, and it's going to be even easier next season with bigger power creep. So like literally anything. Anything you find fun. I would almost like, I might get some pushback for saying it, except for maybe from Matthias and maybe Blame. But I honestly think Heartseeker is probably going to be like one of the most balanced, better feeling builds for overall rogue gameplay, for overall content. Because it is by far the easiest to build for chaos uniques of any of the like rogue builds. It's easy. It has decent AoE thanks to Pain Gorgers. It's super simple to play. Three of the four chaos uniques can go on any slot. The GA doesn't really even matter. The GA on the marksman's or whatever basic attack is just slightly more damage. So like if you don't have them on the right slot, it's not a big deal at all unless you're trying to like push or something with it. Like it is literally like their comfort strong build for T4 that can do legit everything. Like everything well, and the ease factor, the build factor, all of that. Stuff like DT is obviously in that category too, in terms of like just does everything well. But the problem with DT is that it's gonna take even like it's gonna be so specific to get it right. And it's harder this season because they nerfed whatchamacallit. So it's actually harder to get Death Trap online to where it feels really good with the correct chaos uniques in the exact correct slot with the exact specific GAs you need. Like it'll take you, like if you want to play DT, you'll need to play a different speed build to farm for DT. Basically. You're not gonna or to farm for DT to make it worth going for it that early. I'll put it that way. And then Rapid Fire, I wouldn't suggest at all for T4 content. Barrage, honestly, maybe, because it's not as clunky with Orphan Maker, and it has a really wide spread. So like one shot will clear the entire screen. If you want to do 1-to-1. Ironically enough, Orphan Maker Barrage is not that bad for speed clearing. I mean, it ain't great, but it ain't terrible. It ain't Rapid Fire terrible. And then Rain of Rails is kind of like, I'd probably recommend Victimize Rain of Rails for speed T4 over like the Shard of Wrathio version. But I mean, you can do either or. It's just more work to do it with the Shard of Wrathio, and then you have to kind of be a little bit more finicky to do a Rain of Rails if you want to do the T4 content. Whereas Victimize is kind of simple. Mostly brain dead, actually. So I'm getting Rain of Rails online. The only GU you need is on the WordCon. That's very true. I'm probably gonna start. Because I'm gonna level with Heartseeker because Heartseeker leveling is actually really freaking good. Yep, Heartseeker leveling is like so underrated for a leveling build right now. But I think I will be doing I probably will play Rapid Fire Orphan Maker Fair because I think people really want to see what Orphan Maker actually does, and I think I kind of want to showcase that early, not because I want to, but because I feel like I need to. I need to, and see if there's any bugs or if there are mechanics that they didn't talk about or whatever. Or it didn't, make mention of. Do I really want attack speed? Yeah, I guess I can do attack speed here. Doing campaign leveling into Helltide for Boss Master gets there in Random Rose Online. Well, I do not envy you, sir. Campaign sounds horrible, even if it is the fastest way. Well, not if. Even though it is the fastest way, still sounds horrible. To level. Need min mining mode. All right. Well, what was I gonna do? I think I was in the middle of finishing the barrage before I left for work today, or after I got home from work. I'm looking forward to blasting 1 to 60 in hordes. It is me, you, and Matthias, right? No, you are Matthias, right? You're Matthias, right? Me, you, and Ava. I said, wait a minute. Do I even have? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How the hell did I have? How am I? How am I close to cap? Must be the Paragon board. Because I didn't roll any RS on here. I guess realized that. But I'm like, maybe, yeah. Because on my other planners, I'm like hurting. Like it's like basically popping elixir sort of, or elixir and instance type thing. Not elixir, sorry. Instance. I forgot I have Elgar's Bounty on here. It's so good. Got to beat Matthias to world first rogue pit 100. I'm never in that combo because I never played a meta build. I never played a meta build starting off. But for me, I'm just trying to like gear up to get it good enough to make videos for each build. You're gonna race him. Ava, yes. Who's our fourth, Matthias? Do we have a fourth at all? Yeah. I think I pretty much got everything I needed for Barrage here. Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't. There you go. Smoke grenade. For this crap. I don't think there's any wiggle room here. I wish Windforce would have been a chaos unique, but I guess maybe they felt like that would have been too strong. Our fourth is Chronix when he dies in hardcore. Okay. I only took next week off of this, but I will clear at least a pit 110. Yeah. And considering we have like mini builds that will actually reach 110, some will take longer than others to gear for to do it. But I mean, we got like what, 6 builds at least, 6 or 7 builds that will achieve that mark. 8. Oh, Blame. Now that you're here, Blame, you here? I don't know if you were on when I did this, but I told Matthias this because I did some testing again on PTR, not in the recent, but like before it dropped. The extra projectiles on Heartseeker is really not that important. I know that probably sounds weird to say, but I mean, you want it because you have nothing else for it to put here, and it is an upgrade. But Pain Gorgers carry so hard that honestly, you just want the double damage from the Shadow Clone. And they did some fixes to Pain Gorgers in the PTR, so it became really noticeable when your clone actually did do the double damage, more so than live. So live is not that big of a deal, but next season it is. So you definitely, now I did overcap it on purpose for people who don't really get a high roll of the Shadow Clone. I don't want them to do this right here, right? And then like they get a low roll of this and say, but the planner says do 2 masterworking of it, right? And so I'm just like, no, just go ahead and do 3. Because you're probably not gonna get that high of a roll on Shadow Clone, let's be honest. So I know I overcapped it. It was on purpose. But yeah. Yep. So you definitely want double damage. So here's what I did, Blame. Just for shits and giggles, like for testing, I removed projectiles. So what I did was that I removed projectiles and I moved the Shadow Clone double damage to the bow. And it was like a 1.5 tier difference. It was like noticeably better on speed farming, like noticeably better with no double projectiles at all, and just the double 100% chance on the Shadow Clone, which led me to believe that the Shadow Clone with the Pain Gorges is dealing all the heavy lifting. And that the projectiles is fine, but the second projectile does not trigger Pain Gorgers. That is why it doesn't make. I'm not saying it's not good. It's still good, but considering that Pain Gorgers is ultra carrying harder than I thought, the second projectile does not proc Pain Gorgers. Now they did fix it to where it did. Heartseeker shoots up like another 3 or 4 tiers. Actually, let me phrase that. More than that, because keep in mind, Pain Gorgers does not trigger on the Ricochet either. So if it doesn't trigger, if it doesn't trigger on the Ricochet, and it doesn't trigger on the double projectiles, if they fix it to where it did, like, yeah, that's another like 6 or 7 tiers for Heartseeker. That would be nutty. We're talking about like Heartseeker possibly beating out Rain and Death Trap if that was the case. But yeah, we're not getting that. We're not getting that. We can dream. I was hoping to get Shroud of Arathiel as a Chaos Unique. That was my dream. Did not happen. I quit permanently now. Where was I? planner stuff. Oh yeah, barrage. I think I kind of finished. Did I not? Oh, let me check my skills. I do need to make a traditional spam version of this that isn't precision. Probably victimize probably makes the most sense. Oh, well, actually, close quarters combat makes the most sense. But do people really want to play it like that though? Technically speaking, if you go with infinite spam barrage, you're not pushing with it anyway. So would 15% really matter? Haven't been able to tune in lately because of EU hours. So I'm not really caught up on stuff yet. Nah, but yeah, you definitely want to do double damage on the two-hander, and then double projectiles on the one-hander because there's nothing else to put there, and it still gives you some damage because your Shadow Clone still does okay damage without Pain Gorgers, but Pain Gorgers is so just like, which is why I left Seth in there as a rune, because getting that mark is just so important because that's where the majority of your damage is. You can still get it obviously with Smoke Grenade for sure. But like for like a general sense where things are everywhere, where you're not pulling or you're not like trying to gather everything in one spot, in which you can hit with a single Smoke Grenade, then you definitely need to go to the wolves to proc it for general purpose. Okay. I think I did everything I could for barrage. Clone. Oh, Matthias, what was that thing you asked me about? The 3-second basic attack thing? What was that? What was that about? I like completely like forgot about it. You mentioned it, but I don't remember the context. Let's do a copy of this. And let's pull up. Oh no, not leveling. Barrage. I see what I did with the Paragon board. Wait, how did I get? Something about this is not right. What do I have at Eldritch Bounty? Annie without any Golden Beam. Did I have Golden Beam? I must have messed with this planner. I messed up something with this planner. Oh well, we'll fix it with this. Okay. So if I want to do spam barrage with no Orphan Maker, remove, well, Orphan Maker, the obvious. Remove it for, I guess it's Grasp of Shadows, technically. I can't do it there though, obviously. So we'll need to do Crown. I have to go Shroud. I don't have too many other options here because we do have to remove Combination Dagger. So Grasp of Shadows. if Cap 2 affects Orphan Maker, would it be usable on basic builds? It might. Maybe. That's the thing. I don't know. It'll be a really big buff to basic builds. Well, so the thing is with basic builds, obviously right now, is that like if you try to do basic builds with Orphan Maker right now, like you attack, you get like let's just say on average, depending on obviously gear, you get about between 4 and 5 Heart Seekers per second, right? And so Orphan Maker is not going to allow you to cast more than like 1.5 Heart Seekers per second. So there, you got to kind of make up for that gap in how many Heart Seekers you're getting per second. So if Cap 2 actually works, you can bridge that gap to maybe getting like 2 Heart Seekers per second. And if you can get 2 Heart Seekers per second, then technically speaking, you probably could do Orphan Maker. And Orphan Maker would be better by like, I wouldn't say, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it would be like, sorry, I'm trying to do this in my head. I guess if you can get 2 Heart Seekers a second, hypothetically, on Orphan Maker, then it'll be about 3 tiers, about 2.5 tiers better than doing it the regular way. Am I reading the Orphan Maker patch notes correctly that they buffed the damage by additional 50% on the second reload? So it's actually a nerf, not a buff. Because keep in mind that the original, the second reload used to double your damage on the second reload. Now it's just 50% more damage once you proc the second reload. So here's some things to think about too. Doc Holiday, I'm not sure. Hold on, wait, hold up. Let me whoops. I was trying to get some clarity on something. I asked Des about something. They have to, yeah, pretty much. So here's the thing. Every second reload increases the bonus by 50% for 2 seconds. So I have questions for this. My first question is, does this bonus activate on cast? So do we get the 50% on the skill? Yeah, so do we get, is a buff after the cast or on cast? So like the skill that procs the second reload, does it get the 50% buff? The reason why I asked that is because there are a couple of variations for this, right? You can go 1-to-1 or quote unquote 1-to-1, right? Which means that if you do that, you'll have this buff up practically the entire time as long as you're attacking mostly, I guess. But when you want to bypass the mechanic and you want to go puncture instead, keeping up this buff is going to be pretty challenging. So if it doesn't activate on the second reload, it only activates, like, let's say after the second reload, or after the second reload instead of on the second reload on cast, then that means that if you're doing a puncture setup with, let's say, combo points, barrage, or rapid fire, that means it's going to take you 3 rotations before you get that 50% buff. Keyword is if this is not on cast. If it's on cast, then you'll get it on the second, and then you hopefully should maintain it throughout your encounter with whatever pack that you run into. So that makes it that makes it a little more challenging to to bypass a mechanic and go a puncture, because if you have to wait until the third cast, hypothetically, if you have to wait until the third cast before the buff is actually active, then you almost really won't have the buff in, like, let's say a speed scenario, like a speed content scenario, because usually 1 or 2 rapid fires should do it, or 1 or 2 barrages should do it, and then you're gonna drop the buff because it's gonna only last for 2 seconds. So you have to redo the buff again, but you have to go through 2 rotations to get the buff on the 3rd rotation. The stuff is already dead by then. You see what I'm saying? Am I losing anyone saying what I'm saying? So ideally, it seems like Blizzard really wants you to stay active, rotating between 1 basic bow skill and 1 core bow skill. So therefore you can keep up the buff so that you're always active, which would be considerably easier to keep up the buff. But if I don't want to do that, if I want to do puncture, it's going to be questionable if this is not on cast. So it was 600, now down to 450. Do you think they disabled the pause mechanic and lowered the damage? The pause mechanic is still there. Functionality is still there. All they did was so I guess I can talk about it. I guess I am allowed. I should be allowed to talk about it. They got rid of so apparently the buff on the bar, the reload mechanic buff on the bar, will no longer be there. So they basically made the functionality a bit easier to execute, and you don't have to follow. I don't know if I can say more than that, because I asked this question, but I know there are some things that I can't repeat without permission. So that's what they did. They lowered the damage but made it easier. Yeah, I love this epic rap battle. This is Weird Al. Weird Al played Sir Isaac Newton. He was so good. So freaking good. You used to watch that, Blame? Epic Rap Battles of History? You watched them all? And what? Why don't you pick on or mind your own side? Yeah, but so okay, so every shot is a reload now. That is how it was presented to me. I don't want to. I don't want to say it verbatim without, like, because I don't want to get in trouble. But you won't have to follow the buff. I think that's all I can actually say. But don't go and I wouldn't go and, like, to bigger communities and say, oh, that's I say, every shot's reload now. Like I didn't actually say that. However, dot dot dot. That's all. Because trust me, I there's also other questions I asked that I didn't get an answer for. Like for instance, this whole like, is it on cast or is it after? Because that's a big deal for anyone who likes min maxing. It's a huge deal, very big deal. And then the whole rapid like cap 2 working with it, also a very big deal, right? So that's a big deal, and I haven't gotten any like replies or anything that I can share with the community. But if I find out and I could share it, I will absolutely let you guys know. Daja, what's going on? Hola, Guapo said, I don't think I'll be playing any reload bows. Well, I kind of have to. For me, it's not even a want per se. It's like I gotta play all the Maxroll guys, all right? So it's more of a suffer through it, unless they do some like, interesting mechanics that makes it feel a lot better, but I doubt it. So I guess you can watch me suffer through it a bit, make some updates, and then play what I really want to play. Which would probably be either Heartseeker or Rain of Arrows, one of the two again. I could be pleasantly surprised though. Maybe they did do something with the attack speed penalty or whatever. Maybe they loosened it a little bit and didn't say anything. They do this. I mean, they do this pretty much, often. So, all right. So I got Fist of Fate, Crown. I probably need to do Shroud. We'll do Crown here. Crown. And then probably Shroud. I can't think of any other Chaos Uniques I want to throw in there. Yeah, I mean, you don't really get that big of a buff, really. I mean, you get Crown, and then you get to use either Grasp or Fist of Fate in what would traditionally be a glove slot. I hope my first Chaos armor is Condors. Particles, I mean. I think I saw you earlier. But you get what I'm saying though, Matthias? I don't think I saw that whether you responded or not. Because I know we were talking about like doing puncture and bypassing the reload part of it for the basic. Because if this doesn't work on cast, if it works after you cast, then it's gonna take 3 rotations to get the buff before you get the buff for the core skill. If you're going with puncture. So you got to go through, depending on your attack speed, 2 to 3 seconds before you actually get the damage bonus, 50% damage bonus. Which I mean, it's not the end of the world, but when we think about it in a realistic scenario, most things are on cast. I don't know. I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Victimize is not on cast. Trust me, I would have loved the Victimize was on cast, but it's not. But then again, it's also on the target and not you. Is it a debuff? It technically is a debuff, but it's not classified as a debuff. It's not tagged as a debuff, but it is a debuff. You're right. But I asked though. I literally asked this question though directly to the dev, so I'm hoping to get a response. But I asked like 2 days ago and haven't heard anything. And they're probably tired of me talking. But I think that's a pretty big deal to know. I just kind of wanted to throw a heads up, I guess. Because I mean, the thing about it is that if it only activates after on, or if you only get a damage bonus to your core skill on the third rotation, everything's already dead by then. Unless you're able to keep up that buff by always attacking rotation to keep up the 2-second, or to keep up that buff for the 2-second duration. And I feel like maybe in the pit scenario, you might be able to make that happen if you're fast enough between packs. It might be quite tough. I'm still gonna do both variations though. Like I'm gonna write both variations, just because I don't want people to think that I'm not aware of the other ways of playing it, in case they prefer it that way. But it is a thought. Also, Doc, if well, never mind. I was gonna say something silly. Never mind. Most of this could stay the same except for that barrier. That. Accelerating. No, not accelerating. Actually, there's only 2 flat damage bonuses I got there. Maybe accelerating is fine. High velocity accelerating. I guess this is specifically like a T4 thing. I guess I could do branching volleys. I'm not really a fan of branching volleys, but it's not that big of a deal, right? The idea is to just clear efficient, like a little more efficiently towards the outside of mobs. Is it really a bad thing? Branching volleys and high velocity, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine. These ranks might be capped. Fast speed. Oh, I'm right at 102.1. 102.4. Okay. It should feel really good just to spam and play though. Like it should just feel like amazing. Okay. I think that is. Oh wait, I gotta go from do malice. It's not down as very prevalent. We'll do. I don't need shadow clone duration. For dark shroud, total armor, stay there. Do that. Put that there. You know, I think I'll kind of keep it as well because yeah, we do face to face, so we do. Actually, in that case, we need to keep the lucky hit up as much as we can. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do victimize here. Just so therefore, because I mean, I'm thinking in front of wards, because that's the main content this season, and you're not gonna be within like you're not gonna really want to try to get in close range. You just want to spam across the screen, and there'll be literally no difference in that content. Okay, I guess I don't have to like remove too many different points here. Most of this is gonna just be what it is. Oh, I'm not gonna also use Deadeye, I guess. That's so ruthless. Oh, I guess I could go Kyle the Nameless. Shroud. I'd rather just do Shroud. Star. It's really the only part I really know in that song. This song. That's about it. I don't think I had to do too much. Clover, what's going on? I can't think of literally anything else I kind of put here. What's my Paragon board look like? Oh yeah, it's the. I could probably just import. No, because there's exploit weakness, and I'm just bounded for some reason. What was I doing with this? Like I feel like this part of the planet was like unfinished. were doing Azarath builds, weren't we? This season? Has it really been that long since I actually like logged in and played? Like Azarath feels like months ago to me. Feeling what it do? Just you've been ready for next season. Yeah, I got a whole weekend make sure the guys are up to snuff. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Whoa, let me not do that. Not do that, because that's in the guide right. Don't save. Let's just go. Go back. Screw it. Go back here. Cool. Merit guard, beast cornered. I wish they would have buffed this, man. I wish they would have made this like this is a rogue specific one, and no one's gonna use this over a beast corner. Let's be honest. Even because like the best you can do is 2 stacks. So like you get that from running a beast corner and Mard guard. You get literally the damage bonus of 2 stacks of hit and run by running both of these together, and you're gonna be running Mard guard anyway. So like, there's got to be a better reason to do hit and run. I'm surprised they didn't look at that and go, huh? Maybe, just maybe, we need to kind of take another whack at this, at this unique one. "15 meters too far for non-grass touchers." There. It's a lot of movement. Nah, but no, seriously, like technically you can get 3 stacks. You can get 3 stacks, but by the time you do get 3 stacks, it falls off like a fourth of a second later. And that's like with full movement speed and everything. I tested it. I just literally just ran. That's all I did. I ran all over Sanctuary. Pretty sure the vendors thought I was like I was like running a marathon or something. But yeah, you literally just you can get 3 stacks, but because it doesn't refresh, you're kind of Ashton, what's going on? Yeah. So yeah, heart feels good on dance. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're running dance, you're probably still running Mard guard anyway, right? So it's like you might as well run a beast corner, because that's more damage reduction, and you're not really spending resources. So I don't know. So you would think this would be the way to go, but beast cornered and Mard guard are so like has so much synergy with each other for Dance of Knives that the one thing that does have really good synergy with Dance of Knives is still not good enough for. So we run these 2. We run this, and then I guess we'll do Accelerated Chaos on this, because we for sure cannot do Power Siphon. So what was that thing, Matthias? That 3-second basic thing that you were talking about? Is it in unstable power? So when I was messing around with it on the planner, because like initially I thought maybe we can get enough cooldown to like make it happen. But like we have to do Shaco, yeah, Shaco. I mean maybe accelerating chaos could help with that too. I might try to rethink a planner for it. I just have a hard time because I mean we're still CDR capped, so like the most CDR we can have is what 80%, 80 like sheet CDR. So even if you did reduce it down to like, you know, you got like 80% CDR. I mean, how many basic attacks? I had a planner, but I had two planners for it because I had it for two different whatchamacallits. But I kind of deleted it because I was like, ain't no way this is gonna happen. How many basic attacks were you trying to alternate? I mean, I guess you can do Heartseeker and Force for you want to kind of keep the range fantasy. It didn't affect the cooldown. Yeah, on cooldown. Yeah, on PTR I wasn't. But I'm guessing like if you can get about 80% cooldown reduction, then you're looking at what? At best, what? Point 7, point 7? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was close. I was close. Uh, oh, you're doing it with Orphan Maker. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I was just doing it kind of traditional. But I know why I didn't. I know why I stopped. I know why I stopped doing this. So I get it now. I get it now. Cause like it wasn't Orphan Maker. Remember when I was asking you, you guys in the Rogue chat about Shadow Clone overpowering, and because I forgot whether it did or not, I wasn't paying attention. And then Ava was like, "No," and I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, then that makes it dead on arrival. Because if Shadow Clone can't overpower, then there's no reason for you to do it. Like Orphan Maker is not. I don't think the Orphan Maker is strong enough on its own to make us strong enough for that. So yeah, so Shadow Clone doesn't overpower, and Pain Gorgers doesn't overpower either. Eric, what's going on? What are the chances this becomes your favorite this season? What is this? Garage, you mean? Yeah. I forgot what yeah, so that's why I deleted my planners. That's what it was. Now, if Shadow Clone and Pangor just could overpower, I think that would probably be the best setup for basic builds. Because then you can literally add Orphan Maker and like really like hit incredibly hard. But yeah, since we can't overpower, or we can overpower, but the other stuff can't. Oh, you mean season 10? What are the chances this becomes your favorite season? Uh, 0. Just being honest, 0. 0 chances this become my favorite season. I don't think it'll be a bad season, but I don't think anything really comes close to like the fun factor I had in season 5. I put it this way: as long as Pit is the only metric for testing how strong your build is, or like how far can you go with your build. As long as Pit is the only metric, no season will beat season 5 for me. The reason why season 5 I enjoy so much was because Inferno Hordes was a metric. Like it was hard enough for 95% of builds that like literally people would ask, can this build do TA hordes? Most people didn't even care about what it did in Pit. They were concerned about what it did in Hordes, because Hordes was actually pretty tough. Or T8 was on most builds. It's like 2 outliers, like Chain Lightning and Dario's were like the outliers that made it like super, pretty easy. But if you didn't do either one of those 2, it was actually like challenging. So until something like that comes along again, where Pit is not the main metric, I don't see any season being more fulfilling than season 5 was for me, personally. So what did I do here? No witness, Tigers bounty. Okay, so I think I can just use this and play from this board. We'll get rid of Cunning Stratagem for sure. And that might be it. Yeah, because Cheap Shot is still worthwhile. Mirana's Instinct is also worthwhile. Dance is obviously worthwhile. So we'll just get rid of Cunning. Yep. We'll see about the updated Chaos Waves. You never know. So yeah, so if Inferno Hordes, if they snuck in some scaling for Inferno Hordes, like if they snuck that in somehow, in some way, now we're talking. But till then, why am I going that way? I'm about to put the math on it to see if I really need the attack speed there. Same thing on the Leranas. Probably get away with doing that if I did have the attack speed there. 8.4. Yeah. Yeah, I might as well just max. It's like deja vu with the rogue and how weak it's been versus other classes like the DH was prior to the Gosset and D3. Yeah, you remember those days, yeah. I remember when Gosset the Gosset first came out, and like not just how popular it was because people like just loved the whole spin the win, but just how like strong it was for some time. I mean, it definitely had its problems. Gosset initially had its problems with being really bad for anything that wasn't gathered because of the lack of pierces. The more mobs, the more possible pierces, whatever. So it was actually insane for pushing. But I mean, the current Gosset is actually better for speed farming, but worse for pushing. Considerably worse for pushing. But yeah, anyways, yeah, you're right. Demon Hunters were in the rough spot for a while before Gosset came. Yeah, UE and LOD. Actually, I mean, UE had some glory days, but it fell off a bit, and we had LOD Rapid Fire for a while. We had LOD Rapid Fire, and then it was Natalia's Rapid Fire, remember? And like people didn't even want to play Demon Hunter because they hated that build. They hated Rapid Fire. I was one of them. I still played Demon Hunter. I just didn't do Rapid Fire. I just still did UE. I didn't even care anymore. But I could not. So I would try to compete very early before people got their Rapid Fire stuff, and then once they did that, it was like, okay, yeah, I'm done. Like it's over. But yeah, I remember. I definitely remember. You stay UE in the same Rapid Fire. Yep, same. I wish we had a skill like Load Up for Bear on the Rogue. I mean, honestly, I just think okay, this is kind of off topic, but sort of on topic. I just think Rogue is just bad. It's just poorly designed. I think the whole idea of them wanting to do this is 5. Got messed up. The idea of them wanting to do a hybrid class just did not work out because we're not playing it like hybrid at all. Like we either go, cutthroat and buff the cutthroat, or we pretty much that's it, really. Or we do marksman. That's it. Like you don't really have. There are no mixture of, cutthroat and marksman setups where you're dealing damage with 2 different skills. So the whole idea of Rogue kind of being, a hybrid did not work out, or does not work out. And all that ends up happening is that we end up having less skills for both archetypes. We have 3 marksman skills for core skills and 2 cutthroat skills for melee, for core melee. Granted, yeah, Dancer Nas is technically cutthroat, but you know what I mean? It's like we have so little options for a specific archetype. What if I don't like cutthroat? What if I like marksman? Okay, well, I have half a class. Or the other way around. What if I don't like bows? What if I like just stabbing stuff with daggers and stuff? Well, I have half a class, right? What I feel like they should have done, in my opinion, was just split them up, keep the rogue as an assassin, so make rogue an assassin, and then bring a bow class to the game, either through Amazon or Demon Hunter or whatever. give the assassin some trap stuff, and then give the Amazon more bow skills and some javelin skills or whatever. Boom. In the way that Rogue currently is, I would never really like Rogue's design. The only reason why I still play Rogue is because of half of the archetype that I am still obsessed with, which is bow rogue stuff or bow stuff. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't touch. I wouldn't even touch the class, honestly. I would probably be Sork or I don't even know about that. Maybe Blood Bone Spear Necro of some sort, regardless of whether it was good or not. Something else, I don't know. But point being is that they really should just they should just split the classes. Demon Hunter fits D4 better. Well, I mean, I think the thing is that like there are people who there are people who really like both archetypes, right? There are people who really like assassin, like like playing like an actual assassin, right? I think that needs to exist. Like assassin and traps should be one archetype. And bows and turret, or bows and like javelins or whatever, whatever you want to, put it. However you want to put it, like it just needs to. We need more options for those archetypes. If you're a bow rogue, you have half a class. If you're a melee rogue, you also have half a class, and that's it. And I think that really hampers like I think it really hampers what you really can do on the rogue class as far as archetype is concerned. Spam barrage. We'll update profile here. We'll keep it as a victimized for funsies. All right, so we have that variation and the mythic variation, which is the Orphan Maker. Spam barrage, which is the spam. I guess I also need to make a whatchamacallit too. I don't want to, but I probably should. Well, I'm gonna say I don't want to. I just should. Mythic, just pit push. Let's talk about the mythic, and we'll make another, and we'll do the puncture thing that I said I was gonna do. For RF, and we'll just D4 needs more skills in general, to be honest. Also fair. Yeah. I also agree with that. I don't think anything changes once I do that, right? I don't think I'll have Scout Hunter for the 1-to-1, just because you only proccing it half of the time, so it's really ends up being a 36% buff for 72% with half the stats. I think with puncture I would do it because you proc it every time. I'll save it as this. Sam, what's going on? Epic rap battles of history again. Couldn't even turn 11. That's it. Well, you got to Tuesday. Connect makes me vulnerable, so swap that. Got Hunter. I'm biased. Gives me what, Sky Hunter? You made a Shaco today? Congrats. What build are you trying to use that on? This beat is fun. Okay. So I think those are all the variants of each setup. Invigorating Strike only has one variant, but the Barrage just 2.5 or 3. Rapid Fire, there's 2. Heartseeker, there's 3 variant because I have a Force for Arrow variant as well. And actually, sorry, Rapid Fire has 3 variants because I have a Pit Push one. One like specifically for pit pushing. Guess I probably need to do that on rain too. It'll just be adding poison trap probably somewhere. Like removing dash or poison trap or something. Like I would hate to do that, but you know, gotta squeeze out every point of DPS as possible. Or people will say guide bad. Or pit pushing that. See, CQC, Force Arrow. I guess my secret for pit pushing would be poison trap too. Again. I'll also give a knockdown too. I guess it would be pretty nice for the push. I guess I should do that. But then now that'll need to be CQC then. I have to get up close. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll remove that. Copy the CQC. We'll delete this one. That pit push. And all we'll do is trade out dash for trap of poisons. That's really it. Can't do more than that. And we'll save. We have 4 variations here. Make sure I put that there. Yep. That works. And I guess if I did do a barrage pit, that well, I'm gonna see what it would look like. I know what it will look. Move dash. A code imbuement. Move the armor. Code imbuement. Imbuement. I feel like there's like a lot of writing I'm gonna need to do. A lot of explanation. Do this, but you might also want to consider this. And put 2 days in your Paragon 121. I'm doing sword, lightning spear, and ball lightning run. Other elements are you following a guide? Or you're just kind of just spitballing it? No. Okay. No judgment. Cause you're only playing for like more days, right? Whatever you can do to make it fun for you, and in that time frame. So we need to copy the on board for rapid fire. So this would be the exact same. Wait, why is this mythic? No. I thought I made a copy. Guess I didn't. Wait a minute. Let's. Hopefully I didn't save anything. Shut up. It's getting late for me. I'm making mistakes. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it for me. Okay, I didn't save it. Okay. Good. Alright, so now I need to make a copy. I swear I made a copy, but I guess I didn't. Push that right there. Hold. Do. Okay, I think that's all that changes here. Go to or import. Just copy the rapid fire one. Yes. I call the night. All right. You enjoyed it there. Got the same, man. For sure. For sure. Yeah, man. Anytime, sir. You have a good one. That's it. I don't think I need to change anything else. That's it. Although I think Celebrity Chaos might be the play. I don't know. Both of these is way too strong not to use them. The power siphon is really good with or for Maker because you can actually keep it up. Okay. Yeah, almost. I've done. I think I've said perfected each planner, but close. Hold on, I'll be right back. Chair stream. Sorry. You like how the moon never moves. That's just how it is where I live at, man. It's always like this, man. It's always chill. It does look realistic though, right? Like it does look like it, you know, like it can actually like, you know what I mean? Like it looks like it like I'm actually on my patio. I think that's why this is my favorite background. I have like many different ones I used to use and rotate out of like a while ago when I was doing backgrounds before I just did the whole like and you know completely chroma key. I think this is like my favorite one on vacay. Yeah, always, 100%. I don't know if I'm gonna do a pip push variation of invigorating strike. Honestly, should I? Should I? Do I? It's probably not worth. Ironically enough, invigorating strike is actually just as strong as Heartseeker. Just it just hasn't had as light to shine like Heartseeker did way back in the day to kind of gain a fan base. Okay, so I think from here, all the all the grunt stuff has been done. I think at this point it's more so peeling apart. Actually, before I do that, before I peel apart Destral, I'm gonna go back into the game and do something real quick. Doc Holiday got me thinking still somewhere. I'm determined to find a way to get Cax to work. I didn't like. I just put together some random stuff. So I wonder if I was to, if I would have, if I don't know, got like a random ring or something and temper some resource stuff on it, would I be able to manage? I can't do like resource cost reduction. Now that would make things worse. But like if I ran some resource restore on like a ring or somewhere. How's Dance of Nas looking for the season, or is T4 Speed still a no go? Let me link you something. Ava just put out a Dance of Knives guide for season 10. It actually has poison. It's basically spawned by poison trap. Or it spams poison trap. So it's like it is technically a poison trap build, but it's fired. It's basically Dance of Knives is proccing it, all the poison traps. and it's actually pretty good this season. So if you like Dancing with Knives, I would for sure check that out. Can you request a tune? I don't really have my whatchamacallit set up to do that. I have to like literally go into Spotify and like type it in and stuff like that, and then after that go back to my playlist or whatnot. I mean, I can do it. But I'll have a command pretty soon that will allow me to do it. Like allow you to use channel points to do that. I just haven't had time to like do the whatchamacallit, because it's quite a bit of work. I don't think I have another. I guess I can do this for now.
Okay, then. Guess it's my turn.
Tigers, what's going on? 7 months in a row. This appreciate you. I will be streaming a bit more, obviously, when the season comes back around. I don't have my elixir. Oh, okay. No, you're gonna have to wait until after this one. This is like one of my favorite epic rap battles of history songs. Steven Spielberg versus Alfred Hitchcock. This was the season finale, or one of the season finales. Picking up Michael Bay. No reason to use it unless you're talking about the qubit, and there's nearly nothing to it. This is fun. Michael Bay. music, like the video is like so good to this. Trying to find my Cax buff. Alright. I just said I was gonna do your request there. Kilo, I wish. I remember this. This is way back. You had the cassette of this? He's in high school. So Cax is like a almost. Let's try a different I wonder if pockets actually works. Boo, appreciate the follow. I'm way more into the older hip hop. I'd say about 40% of my playlist is 90s hip hop, 90s to maybe early to mid 2000s, if that. But definitely, I have a lot of 90s on my playlist. My older brother's the shortest in the family. I made fun of him and said, "This is hip." So I mean, I guess you could do. It seems like Cax are it's kind of giving me like maybe about 40 to 50%. any skill points into innovation at all? No. Okay, probably should. For this test, I guess. Can I take any points out of that? Okay. I'll just science. Oops. Some resourcefulness elixir. You're welcome. Oh, I forgot my thing. I gotta get my play this back. Well, that's some old school. There we go. It was a good request. I agree. I ran out of resources. Yeah, we're doing alright though. I'm kind of doing some testing. I'm not getting a precision on every. Yeah. It just seems really. It just seems rather inconsistent. I mean, it happens with Starless Skies as well, so it's not like it's immune to it. But I'm less likely to not cast precision because I don't skip as much. I know this is with wearing Cax, but Cax is such a big buff that I find it hard to not attempt to run it. And since it's dynamic, as long as it procs while the arrows are out, in that time frame where I have the 1 second, it's probably worth. Then there's also like I feel like Xan's, well, at least for Pac, maybe something different. Maybe I did like Xan or something as a procer. Yeah. I guess that is fine. I do get a little concerned about the like the idea of the YouTube. I get a little concerned about the how often we don't get precision cast in here. It's not like often, but like it's probably not enough to matter, and in the grand schemes of things, of like when it didn't proc. Versus like, let's say doing it with the Starless guys. Yeah, I'll probably do it without the ring. That might, I feel like that may make the most sense here. Only thing is that like finding another like aspect. Like if I do it without Orphan Maker, I need another aspect that isn't like complete dog shit. I guess I could do Cold Clip then at that point. Okay, that's kind of what that's all I want to test. I know like this is how I played it when I did Shard of Wrath like a couple of seasons ago. But I figured maybe we could find a way around it, and I don't think it'll feel good. So I think I'm in agreement with Doc. Dirty Loose, you know, Dirty Loose. Okay. Am I gonna get that Paladin? I'll try him. When it comes out in the expansion. Let's go back to the planner. I found Dirty Loops on like YouTube. It just popped up like on like an algorithm or something. And it was like a cover to like Baby or something, Baby, or Baby by Justin Bieber. And I was just like, I clicked on it. I was like, Oh yeah. There, yep, exactly. That's exactly how I got into it. Like, I just clicked on it because something told me to click on it, and like I watched it like 30 times, like back to back, because it was so freaking good. And I was like, I gotta hear more of this group, man. Like, this is before they came out with their first album, Looptified or whatever. They just had like only like 4 or 5 covers on YouTube. But man, like I was instantly hooked, man. Like, yeah. Do you think Blizzard will ever revisit RTS again? Probably. I don't think so because I don't think it's really financially viable. I know that probably sounds super weird to say that, but I don't think it's financially viable for them to do it, which is why in my opinion they haven't done anything with it. Um, okay, there's Mario Guard. I have it at level 1. But yeah, I mean, I would like them to like keep in mind. I started out on my Blizzard game journey playing the RTSs. Like I was like going to like local tournaments or doing local online tournaments or whatever for Warcraft 3. Um, and StarCraft 2, I actually did, make it to the esports scene or whatever. So I was really big into RTS. And the funny thing about it is that even though I gotten further in StarCraft 2, I enjoyed Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne a bit more. How's it officially dead? So even though Dawn of War 4 is coming out next year, it doesn't mean that like it's gonna be successful or it's gonna pop off. So just because like a group of people, or sorry, not a group of people, just because someone's trying to make an attempt to bring one back doesn't mean that it's alive. How many RTSs do we have right now that are alive? Like kind of like still like in like good shape alive. You know what I mean? Keep in mind Frost Giant, the people who were behind the Blizzard RTSs, who branched off from Blizzard to make another RTS, like their game didn't do well. And they created the RTSs that we loved back in the day. So I mean, don't get me wrong, I hope Dawn of War is successful. Like Dawn of War 4 is successful. I feel like they're making an attempt, a valid a valiant effort, sure. I just don't see. Yeah, I mean, I guess like players aren't really interested in that. Like people, like nowadays, players are kind of looking for a pick up and play fun. Kind of like almost the more instant gratification type fun. RTSs is not that. You can't just pick it up and like, just kind of go online and like just push some buttons and kind of have fun. Like you can't do that in RTSs. Like the whole base building thing, the whole like managing your resources, your bases, your units, stuff like that. People don't have the patience to learn that. This isn't to say that other games are easier, but I'm just saying like starting off, RTSs have a much higher learning curve. One that requires a lot of patience. That's why nowadays RTSs are just not really a thing because companies know. Even Blizzard knows. For example, Age of Empires 4 release and is dead compared to Age of Empires 2, which says a lot. some of like the old school RTSs still have a small fan base. Like Warcraft 3: The Frozen Throne right now still has like a small fan base that plays. I watch Grubby quite a bit. But like realistically speaking, it's still a very small community. AoE is also still a very small community. People play it, but like there's not enough interest for companies to spend money to make that or make those games in that genre at the moment, because people are just aren't that interested in that type of genre anymore. Because aren't otherwise was it Frost Giant? Frost Giant's RTS would have been successful if people were. Although it really wasn't that good with what they released, but it was by the people who created like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. So you would think it will automatically be successful, and it just wasn't. And I'm saying this as someone who loves RTSs. Like I'm a huge fan of RTSs, but I also got to be honest. I wouldn't hold my breath for Dawn of War 4, but I'm certainly following it because I'm hoping it does well. But yeah, I would throw my wallet and my life savings and whatever I have in stock at my screen if like if Warcraft 4 was like in production. You can have it all. I'll buy new wallets to throw at the screen. Fracture my monitor, buy new monitors to refracture it again. just for those games, just for those titles. I'm looking for him. Why can't I find it? Oh, here we go. I think it's gonna have to be that. But we probably have to do it. Ring. Yeah, I guess we have to make some adjustments here. We do primary resource here. I'll do innovation race here. Then Alres. I'm gonna do Alres not the ring too, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna do cold clip. I just dumped $100 on Warcraft Midnight Expansion pre-order. However, with what they're doing adding to Warcraft leaves me with the feeling Warcraft is ending, and we will see either a new Warcraft universe game, be it action RPG, or back to RTS roots. I would love to see it go back to RTS roots, but I am not holding my breath on that. But that's me, like, that's me being 100% biased because I don't play World of Warcraft. So I was like, I have no chill, no chill there. I'm just gonna be flat out biased. Why do I have so much resistance? maybe at 42%. But I feel like I'm not getting a penalty. I have no obvious just anywhere else. Why do I have so much? Oh, that's right. What are her con? Duh. I was like, wait a minute. Why do I have so much freaking resistance? Yeah. I guess this I'll be running I guess incense, I guess. Maybe I should put SP on her. Yeah, but atrium, let a name by the way. Is that a play on words? Like atrium health, atrium. I saw it the first time. I didn't comment on it, and I looked at it again. I'm like, I'm gonna say something this time. Okay, I guess coal clip makes sense. I guess. Okay, I just gotta be careful though. So resource. What kind of make that happen? We'll save. Go to the pit push version of it and do the same thing. Actually, I don't think I made a pit push version. I think I just left it as it is. I guess pit push version will be without dash. Or I'll just literally just call it the Orphan Maker version. So probably wouldn't I probably wouldn't play this variant outside of pit pushing anyway, to be honest, or like high pits. It's not that deep. Okay. Okay. I just noticed it and I just like Atrium. I'm like, oh, okay. I said that because my wife works for Atrium, so like when I saw the name, I just had to ask. It was just I guess was just listening to in 2010, so I didn't even allow me in that. Okay, fair enough. People think that I did dioxide the way I did it because I was like into chemistry or whatnot, because carbon dioxide or whatever. And I would tell them that nope, it has nothing to do with that. I hate chemistry. Just something I thought was clever in sixth grade that obviously isn't nearly as funny now, but I just kind of kept the name. I say this because the game has heavily shifted into MTX even more than DL4, and with fair housing being added after 15 plus years, almost every other K-pop and J-pop MMO has added, including FFX Online. Wild Birth with the trilogy is going out with the trilogy. I don't know, man. I find the gaming industry quite interesting, not necessarily in a good way. I feel um like I feel like it's a mix of two things, right? Like I do feel like as gamers have become oftentimes unreasonable with demands and requests because we can now. It's the age of the internet where we fuss enough, we can get people to change their minds, or you know, it's easier for us to complain and want to change about something and like make the devs or the company, I don't say make them do certain things, but we can definitely like gather way easier than we could in the past to demand a change because it's kind of easy to make patches and change things now, right? So I feel like we become like as a base like really really whiny and usually never satisfied. I have yet to find or see or know or seen a game where there isn't like a community or forums or whatever that are demanding change to their game, to a game of some sort. Obviously, some more than others for sure, but it's just like, you know, it just feels like it's easy to kind of like whine and then get other people to kind of back up the whine, and then I don't know. Like I would hate to be a dev in today's gaming crowd, to be honest. However, also on the however, on the other end of things, I think it is unfortunate that, well, I don't think it is unfortunate that games have been, I won't say the moment. I won't say the when the moment happened. As soon as gaming became something that investors became interested in because they saw monetary value, is when I feel like a lot of things just went downhill. So like games as a profit, I'm not saying that they didn't make games for profit back in the day, but the idea of having to appease the investors now, because you know way more than it's ever been in the past, has really shifted how gaming has become in terms of what or what goes into a game when a game is released, which is very important, right? Companies control, investors practically control when the game is released, not the devs, not even the people who are over the titles, not even the leads of the team. Investors practically control when the game is released, which is exactly why we have a lot of unfinished games that are released to meet a quarterly deadline for investors, so therefore they're happy. Oftentimes devs don't get the chance or the time to finish up gaming development that takes a lot longer nowadays with all the new tech that people want, because people really want to see like the reflection of the person's sweat dripping down their face and like 12K, you know, resolution or whatever. That's what gamers want. So, we gotta spend 10 months rendering that one bead of sweat and making sure that the ray tracing reflects just good enough to be able to see someone else's reflection off the sweat, that bead of sweat, right? Stuff like that takes a lot, that takes a while. It takes a lot of time in development that companies aren't patient enough for, and obviously investors are not patient enough for, because investors only care about one thing, and that is increasing their value, what they put into the company. So I feel like we just get rushed games, obviously, and the first people we want to blame are the devs, which I'm not saying that devs can't do no wrong, but in this climate where you have people bitching on one side about even some of the smallest, whiniest things, and then you have upper management pushing a project that isn't nowhere near ready, and you as a dev is just like, yo, we're not ready for this. And upper management is like, yeah, so what? But investors. And you don't really have a choice. So I feel like devs is like, sandwiched in between like impossible demands. nearly impossible demands, which is why you see a lot of good devs go indie. They quit. They're quitting this whole AAA big game business, whatever like that, how it's ran in that sense. Is that it's so hard to get funding at going indie that it makes it hard to make a good game because you don't have the funding. That's why you see some of our favorite devs like David Brevik and some of the old school Blizzard devs. Like if you notice, they haven't had much success outside of the big companies that they worked for because they just don't have the money, the funding to do the projects that they would love to do. They have the time, they have the management, they have the freedom. They just don't have the money they used to have. So it's one problem or another, right? So that's another thing I think is kind of wrong, or I feel is kind of wrong. Then there's another thing that people don't really want to talk about. No one wants to talk about this really, and that is the cost of games. Like I know, and there's the thing is that it's kind of impossible to know if companies are really being greedy or if the games actually cost that much, or if the development actually really costs that much and they're throwing a bunch of MTXs for greed, or they just throwing MTXs in there just to break even. It's kind of hard to know the difference. We naturally want to say, hell no, I'm not paying, $89 for this game or whatnot. And in today's economy, I understand why you would not want to do so. However, there is another side we don't want to talk about, and that's inflation. Remember, games are the one things that hasn't gone up in price as much to match inflation. If you take a N64 game from way back in the day that used to cost like $59, $69 for an N64 game back then, the price of that game today would be $110, $120 if you account for inflation. So like when things get more expensive to make because there's more tech and more things added to game, but the game prices stay stagnant, then they have to do things like MTXs to kind of make up for the lost revenue that is happening, like that they otherwise would have gotten had they charged it for the correct price of inflation, if you want to put it that way. I know we don't want to hear that. I know it's kind of like, well, screw that. I'm not going to pay $120 for an unfinished game. Well, that's the other point. If the games didn't come out unfinished, would you feel differently? Like if you knew you were getting a complete quality product, would you pay for what the game is actually worth for no MTXs? Maybe yes, maybe no. Right? But it's hard to know. It's hard to really put that into perspective because all these things are happening, right? So I feel like gaming in general is like kind of like in a mess. And then much like a lot of people, I kind of miss what it used to be back in the day. Games were expensive, relative, but you got a complete product, no patches necessary, or you didn't care about it, and you just played it, right? So, and again, I'm not gonna pretend MTXs, has the ability and capacity to be, greed from the company. Of course, they're going, they're going to be greedy. It's a company. At the same time, though, gaming prices has not kept up with inflation, and that's, whether we like it or not, that's actually a true statement. But the players are kind of right on this one. Make a quality product and, release it as a complete game. Or in this case, let the devs finish the game, aka investors, and whatever. Let the devs finish the game so we can actually have a product where we like playing. Yeah, you know what I mean? So like, I feel like that's as much of an unbiased take as I can give. I don't think either side is on the right, on the, I'll say, I don't think either side is without fault. I'll put it that way. But I think ultimately it sucks for the consumer at the end of the day. So, okay, but they still haven't done anything to help tempering. I don't know how much I can say, because like I know what they're doing with tempering coming soon. I just can't talk about it. I'll say systems. I probably said too much already. I know what they're doing with systems. And while I may not necessarily agree with how long it's taken, or the fact that they want to do these vast changes with game systems, I understand why it's taking as long as it is. I'll put it that way. So they are doing something with tempering. I just can't tell you what that is. And they systems. Let me rephrase and say systems. It's a lot. I'll put it that way. Think season 4. Think season 4 level of changes to the game. And it looks good. Keyword looks, right? How it plays out, I can't tell you. Right? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit there and like overhype you. I will say that it looks good on paper. Like what they want to do looks really good on paper. How it actually plays out, don't know. But it'll be kind of hard for them to screw this up. But it is Blizzard, so it's possible. But it looks good on paper. It's what I can tell you. Games are too complicated these days to release in the complete state. There's always bugs to find. They just need more time. They need more time. I feel like they need more time and more freedom to do what they want and or need to do. They don't have that. Most of the stages of their development is usually controlled by someone else who is being pulled by the next strings, basically because of investors at the end of the day. Is that ouch? I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. It's possible, and I'm saying because Blizzard has done it before. But also Blizzard has had some W's. I'm not bashing them completely, but I also am aware of, the screw ups that they are capable of. But I will say on paper, they're doing a phenomenal job with some of the stuff in the future. On paper. I think when you guys see it, I think initially you'll like what you see. And my hopes is that it plays out that way. If it plays out as good as it looks, we're in for some, for some really nice Diabloing, I guess you could say. Like I said, think season 4 level of progress to the game. And like I said, I wish I could say more, but I can't. That is the most I can tell you. And even then, I might have probably said too much. I don't think I'll get in actual trouble because I didn't say what it is. I just said systems, but that might be a bit more than what I'm supposed to say. So who knows? Popular strip of popular. We're already starting off with a lie. Popular streamer, a stretch. Popular streamer dogs that reveals Blizzard I do hope it goes over pretty well though. I feel like each season I play less and less and less, and it's just it's just hard to keep my attention, man. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels that way, right? Some people just stop playing seasons at all, like just completely. I'm at the point where I just play less and less each season. Season 9 was the least I've played of any season. Wasn't season 4 Loot Reborn? Yes. You do mostly stick to Rogue, right? So here's the thing. Yes, but I actually do play other classes after Rogue if I enjoy the season long enough. So season 4 and season 5 I actually made more than just Rogue. I actually made a Druid in season 5 after Rogue. I made a Sork and a Necro in season 4 after Rogue. I made a Sork in season 1 and 2. Ish. I just didn't enjoy season 6, 7, 8, and 9 that much. So like I stopped playing before I finished my Rogue character completely. Like, you know, completely after doing all the builds I want to do and videos I want to do on them. Like I stopped playing the game before I finished out my Rogue. So I just never got to the other classes. That's what happens. So if I enjoy the season long enough, I will actually play other classes. I want the second D4 expansion. Give me Templar, Paladin, or whatever is coming. Yeah, that's what I Yeah, I think my problem too, which also kind of hurts the streaming part of it, is that it's hard to stream other games like on my platform. Like people are generally just not interested in like seeing me like play other stuff. So like if I don't play Diablo 4, I have a harder time trying to convince myself to, hey, let's stream a different game sort of thing. Like it's hard. I mean, I want to. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I want to try, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. What are you saying? I got PoE 2 after watching your stream. Thank you for that. Oh, for real? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that actually. Or did I know that? Did you tell me that before? So here's the thing. I did enjoy PoE 2. I enjoyed PoE 2, but I just couldn't stream it because it kept like it was very laggy and very stuttery for me on stream. Off stream it was fine, but on stream it was like terrible. And like I didn't have that problem in previous patches in PoE 2. So I guess if I would have been able to stream it, I think I would have played it longer. Like once I got the mapping, I was kind of like not really feeling it. It wasn't anything issue. It wasn't like I had like there's an issue with mapping. I just didn't have the push to finish or to like just to continue to grind. I don't know what it was. Maybe if I could have streamed it, I probably would have mapped or did more mapping. Everybody, there's still a ton of crossover because people play different things too. I mean, yeah, but generally speaking, some of those people have like other creators that they watch for other games. Sense. So like, let's say if I was to hop on like, you know, let's say Borderlands. Let me give an example for Borderlands. Like, you know, people here probably already have their creators for that, like people that they watch for that kind of. If I play it, some of y'all might stop by and be like, "What up, dog side?" for like a couple of minutes, and then go like watch Moxie or whatever, right? And I wouldn't be offended by any means. I would not be offended. Like I totally get it, right? I would probably do the same thing too if I was in y'all's shoes. but you see, but you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard when they're already established, you know, creators in those fields that like are providing much more in terms of the, you know, long-term aspect of things. Fixed core parking is an AMD issue. So I did try to turn on a game board. I did a couple of things. I tried to pull up Borderlands for 2 nights ago at the end of my stream, just to pull it up and see if that fixed anything. Unfortunately, it did not. For me, so I gotta do more. I gotta do some more troubleshooting or try some more things. May says I'm the opposite. I watch a personality typically. That's a I'm gonna say it's a rarity, but that's definitely not on the common side of things. But I appreciate it though. There are streamers that I watch for a personality as well too. Like Cell Kittens is one that she can play whatever, and I'll watch just because she's like entertaining. Like she's accidentally entertaining. Put it that way. Or naturally entertaining, or accidentally, like however you want to describe it. Give me some time to figure out what is with PoE 2 I can't stand, and this combat speed is just too slow. Doesn't hit the same way D4 does. Although I prefer bossing in PoE 2 over D4 by far, I still play both of them. That's the thing. I actually kind of like the slower combat. I'm actually a big fan of it. Because it feels like I have to actually play the game, and the mobs are actually dangerous. Care about them. No, that's like Jonathan's vision that people pick on all the time, but I mean, it offers something different that other action RPGs don't have, and I think that's why it's a bold way to go. And people just want PoE 1 with HD graphics or whatever. I'm actually glad that he's, you know, taking a different approach, offering something different that the market doesn't have, even if some people don't like it. But that's just me though. Like I would be considered, you know, someone that probably shouldn't say anything because I didn't play much PoE 1, so I was like, get out of here with that. But Zipper don't sell you so short. You bring more than just a game you play to chill with. I ain't playing D4, but I still park on you when I see you on. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Maybe I am like underselling myself, but it's hard to not think or feel the way that I do about some things sometimes. It's not hard to hell tie still bug. I don't know. Maybe. They will always update PoE 1, so fast people are like, yeah, what? That's what I'm saying. Like I like PoE will always. Well, I guess so. Let me phrase that. There was a time frame where they weren't working on PoE 1 when PoE 2 was in a pretty bad state, and they just kind of pull all the people from PoE 1 to PoE 2 to try to fix. And there's a big uprising against that. So I'm sure they will, but I guess there is a time frame where the time period where people were just kind of, you know, not feeling GGG for a bit. Too bad for Diablo 4. It's gonna be fun. I like the idea of Chaos Armors. I think Chaos Armors is a nice addition in general. More so the fact that you have to farm them, like farming them, and they're not everybody will agree, but I like the fact that they're account bound, because it means there's actually a chase for items instead of like getting duped at boss mats on like day 1, gearing out your character in day 2, and then like being bored on day 5, sort of thing. Like there's actually like a loot chase. Honestly, if it wasn't for you guys changing up titles, I wouldn't be aware of some of the other games out there. Not like new games catch real attention as I don't go live on X or Facebook, etc. Fair enough. But I typically like I like action RPGs, but I also like roguelikes and stuff. So I typically might play games or try games that are not like in the mainstream as much. And that's kind of hard because it's like if people never heard of it, like they might see it in the title, like I don't know what that is. I'm gonna go watch that mods. Again, nothing against that mods by any means. Awesome creator, I watch them myself. But just like the idea of like familiarity, kind of thing. I play Adam? No, I have not. Actually, what is that? There's a new roguelike, like a mobile roguelike or something. What was the name of it? I can't remember. It just came out like a couple of weeks ago. A week or two ago. I forgot what it's called. I'm actually really interested in that. I am kind of mostly done with my planners here. I think the only thing that's left is just really peeling back, going from mythic to ancestral, regular ancestral, and then from ancestral to starter. But I'll probably do that another time, or I guess tomorrow as I'm like putting the regular stuff into the guide and starting to write stuff. And it was released in 1994, but saw a bit of an overhaul on graphical tile sets. Yeah. Never heard. I actually will. I'll check it out. I'm a huge fan of roguelikes, or at least one of the roguelikes that I played. I played like Hades. Hades is a lot of fun. Hades 2 is coming out pretty soon, very soon. That's my favorite roguelike. Returnal is also like my Returnal is like my second favorite roguelike. That was a lot of fun. Hollow Knight. What I'm call Hollow Knight. The other one is it? Was it Dead Space? Dead Space, and then it was like I think I played like 4 or 5 of them. I didn't even know I would like roguelikes until I played Hades for the first time like a year and some change ago. Yeah, yo, Hades is so much fun. God, that's so much fun. I could play that for like months. That and two. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it. I think we did good. Most of this was really talking and then kind of redoing some of the planners. Had some inspiration from some people who came into the stream. It's been fun. So you will not see me on tonight or Saturday. Up as that. You will not see me on Saturday night because I need to finish up writing build guides and stuff. Maxroll, like actual like the back end writing stuff. So I need to do that. So that'll be Saturday and Sunday. So you won't see me Saturday or Sunday, but you'll see me Monday. Like Monday, I'll pop my head in and stream something. We'll talk about something. We'll. It probably won't be playing. Well, it won't be playing D4 for sure. But we'll stream something, talk about something, and then of course Tuesday, I'll be streaming at launch for 18 hours roughly, with Team Maxroll Rogue, me, Matias, Ava, and whoever we could find as a fourth. Seeing you with some of the other writers on Maxroll trying new games also helps me sway my decision on do I buy or try this or that. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, let's see who's on doing this stuff. Let's go to clip this. He read me last time. sure most of you guys know who Clip this is now. He's such a cool guy. Huge fan. But as always, y'all, I appreciate y'all, and thanks for not getting on my case so much for not being as active on stream. I'm gonna try to do a little bit better, but it's been a bit rough, man. It's been a bit rough, but I do appreciate you guys coming back after such an elaborate break, I guess you could say, of not being as consistent. But I didn't forget about y'all. I promise. I promise. Enjoy Clip This. I will see y'all Monday. Yep, Monday night. And as always, till next time.